Simulated dead stick, a stall, all these sort of things, proves that they can recover from it should that happen during a display flight because of the size. I mean, a model that's over 25 kilos can carry humans, some of them, can't they? So,
well, you can't fly them on open site, so we have to have controlled environments in aircraft that big, purely because on open sites the public are just wandering around. And the other thing is that obviously if there's an issue, you're close site, you've got the confines of where you are, and you're not going to have any issues with the public. So they are large, they are heavy, and they are fast, and the jet engines are real jet engines.
Oh, I see. Darren's got enough models for 5 slots there, is it?
Yeah, he's actually going to fly all 5 of them simultaneously.
He's got one of these lovely little trolleys. If you want one of them, look out for I think it's called a beach trolley or something like that. That's what you've got to get into your Google.
Darren the trolley dolly.
We're working out that my daughter is older than Google, but my son isn't. So one of them's 27, I should get this right really, 26 and 28 I think, and Google's about 27 years old. So there's the thing, you can say a big, I'm older than Google.
So we've got Andy Rigby going up with Darren, and he's got a calf model Sukhoi Su-31, and this is lovely. It's got a Feeler 250, that's 250cc radial engine. It's absolutely beautiful to listen to, very smooth. And he actually demonstrates it in a very scaled manner, using a whole flight line. So the engines are
started easily, now, isn't it, at the moment? So that's Darren, that's the Pitts Challenger, right, John?
That's correct. Pitts Challenger, it's 50%, that's half the size, which is rather large, but a size Pitts has only got 15-foot wingspan. So, although it's not on scale, it's probably not as big as you think it would be. It's a German kit here at MHW. The engine's 176cc GP with 110 MTB cans, which are like 2 DX18 generation 2. Only, I think it's only 15 off. He's got Savox high torque servos all round, fitted with a Powerbox Royale receiver and a GPS Powerbox smoke pump, covered in aura cover, 20 metres of white, 10 metres of blue, and painted by Matt Bishop. That's the cowling.
Oh, so lovely. So Darren's going to go up first.
So Darren's up first.
We're flying from left to right. So he's gone out to the left. Any second now, we'll get the show up. Weston Park 2025. Opening flight to music. The Sukhoi flown by Andy Rigby. Lovely slow roll. We've got the sun up there. Look at that bit. Here's Dave Wiltshire, the calf. How are you doing, Dave? He's got pilot's nose for us. Look at this, commentator's nose. So, left to right, down goes, Pitts Challenger, calf scale. 4-point hesitation roll, so he stops it. A few other guys, Riley, and we had a really good time. We had an Airbnb, and he didn't fly out of the show. He was just he wasn't a pilot there.
So when the lads land, don't forget to give them a round of applause. Well done, absolutely beautiful. That's the first one done today. Not easy conditions. That crosswind, as you can This is probably one of our best 3D pilots in the UK, probably in Europe, almost in the world. Rory Turley, he's been doing this since he was a young lad. He's travelled all over the world, demonstrating his skills and in competition. And he'll do this to music. So I'm not quite sure. He's running a GP123. I think it's an extreme flight extra, which is a conventionally built up aircraft, but it comes ready built. Again, an obviously opposed two-stroke engine on pipes. I can't tell him how many sponsors he's got, but his flying will demonstrate just why people want to give him money to fly. He will be flying to music, so we won't, I think he is anyway. We'll let you appreciate the display he's about to do. I think that's Simon doing a show. No, it's Rory on the tail. As you can see, their hand started. This is a petrol engine. Spark ignition petrol engines are a lot more economical than the smaller glow motors. Just having a few issues starting it up.
Anybody knows on the 10 target?
Baby, we can't see the bottom.
Still having a few issues. onto the WWII radar, of which we have some here today as well. TJD to preferred display aircraft.
Broncos were lost in the Vietnam conflict. Air Force lost 64. It was a very close situation. It's Navy 7 and the Marines 12. The Navy don't trust the Air Force to land on their boats. These aren't turbines, but there's a turbine with a propeller on the front, very, very efficient model. And a bit quieter, so we need to change
as well. Whereas internal combustion engines have their servicing without using ethanol booster superchargers, they're not good really going above 20%. Turbo pumps
Hello.
Yeah.
A big round of applause. Absolutely superb. Thanks for that. Well done.
got the Skywing Falcon. So there's two going up. They're different sizes. So I'll give you details on the first one. They've got 2.8 metres span and 3 metres. If you want to go on the second floor, oh, you do the first one.
So we've got the other one, is only 2.1 metres span. The Swingwing 170 is 170 metres.
Who's flying that one?
That's Timo, and he's from Germany. He's only 14 years old.
14.
And these two don't fly together normally. This is just an impromptu splash.
They're not flying together now, either.
No, they will be, but you can't really, two different size aircraft.
So he's a little bit low for the flight line coordination. So he's going to push that out a little bit further. Or he's going to salt now. Come on, over there.
It's pretty handy on the sticks, isn't it? So like I said, truly international show, all the way from Germany. He must have had time off of school.
The power box is like they're not power box transmitters, that's the system on board that goes in between the receiver and the servo. And it's amplifying, also allows a bit of mixing as well on there. So if you want to put 3 servos on one channel, it does all of that.
They are actually flying on power box.
is an alloy. It's extremely dense. It has to be to withstand temperatures of up to. If you want to get older on these, then the Probuild engines used to use those. I'm pretty sure Probuild have got a stand here, so these are imported by Probuild.
Go down to the Aerobatic Chipmunk. Get a load of the aircraft in there.
The thing is on the final, so he's done his full class. Well, as it is a nice little swing trees. On the left, a smaller Falcon coming in. Up the hill.
Well, it's complete crosswind now, which isn't easy. So it's pilot's choice. And he seems to be handling it really well. Well done, Azza.
Yeah, and then we got that one, go through there, and then
Mixing systems.
It's on, no, we're on F2.8, so it's
It's using the energy, the inertia. Even though it's 20 kilos, that's quite heavy.
It's got a lot of wing area.
Unfolding when he wants to get a bit more altitude. Blades pop out, lock in. He gets to the altitude and then turns the motor off, folds away. It's very graceful. And here comes the other guide file. We've got Steve Forty. He's our token Welsh man. He will be doing the night display with the glider. He's the one walking across the waterway, across the flight line with his moving flight. Look at this. Gears down. This is worth a big round of applause. Absolutely superb. Well done. Well done, Steve. So, up next, we have Luke Struis and Didier Neef. These are DLG gliders that we're throwing up there, and what it means is they're discus launched. They have a little pin on the end of the wingtip, which you'll see them just swivel around and throw it in the air to get altitude. And they just use the energy they got. Normally, if you watch them carefully, they will catch them to throw them up in the air again. You'll see them walking out onto the strip. The models are Stream Team Concept CXS, LVO6. These are from, it says Chase servos. They're using LVO6 Chase servos. This is a new brand of servo out there, absolutely stunning, becoming very popular. They're programmable. Each servo you can program individually in the servo itself. They're just running on one S600 milliamp cells because obviously they've got no power. All they need to do is power the radio. And the all-up weight is 235 grams. Now, in law, we have to have an operation number on the side of the aircraft now, which is registered to the CIA for identification. But because this aircraft is under 250 grams, it's not required. But keep an eye on them now. You'll see they'll catch them and throw them up again. So we've got one on the right-hand side here. He may try and grab it. There we go. Is he going to catch it? Will he catch it? There you go. And he'll throw it up in the air again. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? So this is, I'd say, great fun. If you went into an open area, I don't think you're going to bother anyone with any noise. You have hours and hours of fun. It's not a bad thing. You can see them throw them in the inertia. You can get the sorry
everything going okay? Okay. Okay, good. Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay, excellent. Yeah, thank you, much appreciated. Alright, see you later. Bye.
So like I said, these lads can stand out there and do this all day, but obviously we have to let it down if we want to go far. But as you can see, just for a chuck, they take up an awful lot of airspace. Can be inexpensive. These are fully composite. They will be kind of quite expensive. They're all they're 1.5 metre span. Their launch times are 60 to 70 metres that you can see there. So roughly times that by 3. Going next. Although I have absolutely no information on who this is. I will find out.
Here's Spanish today for you.
We will confirm that.
It looks like an extra or an edge, extra edge. We will find out more. I'll try and find out who else is flying with it.
Kind of got you a cup of coffee.
Let's get cups of coffee. Yeah, so we had a bit of an issue on the pipe born just after the Second World War.
Yes, first came in 1936.
So, WSky radar, its role, well, it was in service up until the 80s, I think it was. It was a ground support aircraft. Now, it runs on an air-cooled radial engine. It's a big aeroplane of itself. Pretty much scaled up. fire raiders with unguided missiles under the wing and some bombs. What they'd do is they'd give them coordinates, and they would drop the ordnance in those areas to give cover to their troops. This is a preferred aircraft of TJD's. It's probably their most popular aircraft they Yeah, there he is, I can see it. I recognise those legs. It's Greg, isn't it?
Greg's in the middle, and Taylor's out there, Sarah's out there. The whole family.
Tegan on the end, she's spotted as well. That's the whole family there.
Brilliant.
We have had all three generations fly together at the headquarters. These are all conventionally built, but they're not like some of the jets which are all composite. These lads actually build them, and I mean from nothing. It means that you've got like flying balls of footballs, balls of streamers, got scale twist and turn undercarriages. Why do we have twist and turn undercarriages on these?
That's a good question, because they haven't got the gull wing, which is needed. They have folded wings. They haven't got enough room to make them fold easily.
So what we do is they track backwards and they turn through right and left at the same time, so they go flat. So when you shoot them, they actually twist at the same time. We do have the odd occasion when they don't lock down properly.
They've got to push that wheel forward against the airplane. They're just coming in front of us.
How big they are, but like I said, these are conventionally built up. This is all hours and hours, hundreds of hours of work, and they do have the odd mishap, and that means starting it all over again. So they'll be running on around an average of 70cc single cylinder two-stroke engines running on petrol.
Say Pilates, John. I like it.
If you look,
Jason's just come down.
Well, if you look on the right-hand side, there's someone still showboating out there.
Sorry, mate. That's right.
Yes, yeah, but if you look, we're going on a strafing run here. This is Nigel. Look at that. Very nice. So that's kind of a 4-point hesitation and victory roll. Nigel, do a barrel roll. Show everyone a barrel roll if you can.
Sorry about that, ladies.
So that was a barrel roll. Now show everyone a victory roll. We want to see a... So Nigel is always the last one there. He'll be doing the gear. I'll just fly a radial piece. You'll see his legs dangling there.
And this is Richard. Okay, I'll see you.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I don't know what I'm doing.
Slowed up nicely. Give them a round of applause. Well done, lads.
Well done.
Going to see a lot more of them over the weekend.
TJD models at Sutton at Home. If you don't know where that is, it's near the Dartford crossing, just south of the Dartford River crossing on the turns on the right hand side there. Just off the M25.
It's Raphael Ida, and he's from Germany. He's 12 years old, another one that's bunking off school. He's flying, been flying RC for 3 years. He's flying an Extreme Flight Extra NG, it's 104-inch span. He's an SKS.
He's flying GP123, it's a twin-engine petrol.
Sorry, it's kind of 2 engines, isn't it?
Twin-cylinder, very, it'll be a boxer engine.
I'll tell you what, for a kid that's only been flying 3 years, he's taken to it quite well. Knife edge pass, I think. Describe the whole flight as chaos. This is one of the content to actually tell us what well done. Give him a round of applause.
Fantastic. 12 years old.
So Steve, when he kicks up in the engine was actually
So these would have been adversaries in the Second World War, the earliest version of WWII 109 ME 109. Vicious Smith built basically the design of.
Designed by Willy Messerschmitt and Robert Lusser.
If any of you are in the fun fighter slots, can you bring your aircraft over to the flight line now? We're on in 3 slots. If you could bring the aircraft ready.
Engines are DLE 222s. It's a 222cc motor.
This is not easy. I have tried this.
And they're 4-cylinder.
Because it's easier when you're in the full size, because you can see where the tug is. You know if you're above it, below it, whatever. So if you go too high in the glider, you're going to lift the tail on the tug, and he's going to be pointing down to the ground. It's not going to be right now. And he's going to pull that release down and put it through.
They produce the Cessna 180 and the glider, so you can actually buy one tug and the glider as a deal.
Oh, that's good.
But we're queuing.
Discount combined, though.
Joe Hampson's going. He's over there, so we should be alright.
I'm not sure I'd ask for a discount in Swedish. Swiss.
Oh, where's the Deutsch probably? They normally speak German.
Do you
Bit of
reckon
French,
they do
bit of
us a
Italian.
Swiss roll?
You might do a Swiss roll. So you've got a good height now. You'll see when he releases. So the relief on the Cessna pilot's face.
It looks fantastic with the halo of the sun on the cloud, the stratos.
We're sounding a bit.
You can just see the big circle around the sun. You might be able to see
Like you should be on spring watch or something, John, talking like that.
you won't be able to see with sunglasses on, that's the problem.
Or someone said crime watch. Now they're still climbing, they're still attached, they're not released yet. One high on the left, one high on the right.
Any of the lads that are not on the flight line for the fun fighter slot, you are up next. You need to be on the flight line now.
Calling all fun fighter pilots, please.
I'm not sure, we've got a couple more. We've got Dave Stevens coming down here. I can see Basil with his Spitfire. Basil's the caller.
Right, they're up there quite close together now. I hope they don't get knotted up.
They are a long way up, Martin.
I know. Oh, they've one of them. No, he hasn't released. I thought he
Not
had.
yet.
Oh, yes, now.
Oh yeah.
You can see, so the one central, just under the sun, has released.
I thought he was going to go into a spiral death
Now,
dive then.
I imagine the Cessna's going to come straight down and land, because if this is operational at a glider site, they will be down and hook up to the next one and get the next one up. They'll be working.
He really is short landing this, look.
He is.
He's diving in from the left here. He really isn't going to do that from there. He can't.
You can't land from up there.
You can't.
He is.
He is.
You know. We've got smoke on. The other one's still attached. They're trying to release it in the middle of the earth. And he's not going to. He's just going to go round again. You can still see he's got the rope. He'll steer clear of the trees because he doesn't want to get attached to the tree. And he'll rip the tail wheel off. So in fact, I think the only thing, a loop, he's done a half reverse Cuban 8 with the string on. Or has he released the string now? He could have dropped it. Oh, he might have dropped it as he came past. No, he hasn't. Still got it on.
Very graceful. That's it. The other tug's gone. Not easy that, actually. Look, it's we're completely cross 4 knots, unachangeable. These are not ideal conditions. But at 57 kilos, these gliders are coping extremely well. They penetrate very well in these conditions. As you can see, there's a lot of energy in the airframe.
So, one Cessna's down. Just taxiing in out of the way. One glider coming in right to left by the looks of things. He's definitely not going round again from there, is he?
I wouldn't have thought so. We're going downwind, unless he's got a trick up his sleeve.
No, he's got the spoilers out.
Absolutely. That was good, wasn't it?
That was lovely. That's a big Swift, 66% Swift.
Give him a clap.
One.
All the way from Switzerland.
Dankeschön.
And now on obviously the second aircraft. Very graceful.
He put some big smoke canisters on that, didn't he? They're still going to be burning when they get back to Switzerland, I think.
Looks like a couple of lipos that have blown out on the wingtips.
So we've got another Cessna coming for a downwind landing. That's the way they do it out there, you know.
They're opting for downwind landings for some reason.
Yeah, this is, I think it must be, they're favouring the uphill, but downwind.
Maybe they can only do right-hand circuits.
Andy's an expert, he'll know why.
Oh, well done. Look at that. Fantastic. Give him a round of applause. Absolutely superb.
Steve Fisher, the man, without him we wouldn't have this show. Thank you, Steve. Anyway, we've got some couple of J10s going up in there. We've got some interesting stuff. There's a couple of J10s. We've got fun fighters in a minute. But going up now is Joe Hampson from Joe Graphics with Dan. Cue the music. He's just waiting to get it. Here we go. Routine for the English pilot, Preston J. Now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please sit back and give a warm welcome to Joe Hampson from the United Kingdom.
Let's hear it for Joe Hanson. Wasn't that fantastic? Well done, Joe. You'll see a lot more of him over the weekend. So, we're going to put the fun back into flying now. It's the Cambria Fun Fighter team. If you want to see something inexpensive but have a lot of fun, you need to get yourself one of these. If you've got an old 25 or 40 kicking around in a drawer, get one of these kits. They're all based around, apart from the BD5, all based around old warbirds, ME109, Spitfire, Hind, Kawasaki Tony, the Hurricane, the Mustang, and the Zero. We have had up over 25 aircraft at one time. Not all the pilots are here today, but there's still enough to excite the best of us. I'd like to say that these routines are practiced, but this is the practice. There's no undercarriage. Who needs them? They're overrated. They do it lower, they do it faster, and they love a gap in the trees. These are conventionally built up aircraft, front wing, balsa sides with fly doublers. You buy the kit. It's basically, I think it's 98 pounds, something like that. And in that kit you get everything you need apart from covering and the engine. So everything in the kit is usable. It's all selected really well. And I know that Greg Veazey can put one of these together in a couple of nights, but he is a professional. So what they're doing is they're getting everybody up in here. They're clipped up on one side. Bazza out there, who's got the Spitfire still trying to start it. He will be calling for the group. So at the moment they're just showboating. You can see on the right hand side, that's a BD5. Very, very semi-scale of the full size. In fact, it looks nothing like it.
The CEO of Cambria,
CEO, proprietor, MD, master of disaster,
and the guy that puts the stickers on the boxes. He's well, no, he's running more. Has he got his big cars with him, or what's he got?
It'll be the big one. He likes the big one.
There's a few Catawba pilots out there. I see the old Catawba shots. Partly Perkins display team.
We'll have to give a shout out for Spectrum Radio as well.
Paul Camilleri is launching for, I don't know who's the pilot on that one.
This one's about to go. That's Bazza. He'll be calling for the team. So when he opens the guns, a rare bear, is it?
Right, I need to put the sunglasses back on. That sun's come back out.
That was a horrible session. Whoever's calling's not calling soon enough. So they look as though they're going to do a derry turn to the left, yes. It's kind of formation, kind of.
We've got Dave Wiltshire's out there helping as well. Brilliant. Everyone's getting in. Dave Franks. They're British, you know.
I think they're on saying, is it balsa cabin here or sled?
Balsa cabin.
I know that Darren said
it was around the £100 mark.
Darren said that if you buy two, you get 10% off. If you go over to the balsa cabin,
Start buying more balsa because they're
got a bit quiet in the bolster industry at the moment. Not enough people building. Oh, that's a bit sick, but it's going to go. It's going to clearing its throat. It's away.
Yeah, Weston's quite expensive. And the reason for that is that these big wind farms, inside the composite blades is lined with balsa wood.
On the ground.
So who's flying this one coming through now, left to right? That is on it. A knife edge through the front. Who is it? Who is that? We need to find out. That's Lewis. Lewis Chaplin. There you go. Ah, he's only going that well because Dave Wiltshire from Motors and Rotors tweaked it. Tweaked it was the term.
The man's a genius.
He is indeed. Brilliant. That's Lewis is down.
Don't forget when the last one's down, give him a big round of applause. And there you go.
Done.
Well done, lads. If you come in here tomorrow, there'll be probably double the amount.
So that's the Cambria Fun Fighter display team, available at the show.
Probably it's the cheapest plane and the most fun you'll ever buy.
And if you think it's too much building, as John says, have a word with Greg Veazey. He'll get it built for you in a week. He's the tall guy, the red hat, the red top, walking out there at the moment. He's built 20 odd of them this year, I think. He keeps posting up the numbers. I can't remember what he's up to now. Must be knocking on 30, I think. He's doing other bigger models as well. He's doing the Bullet, Tornado,
Gangster 63 as well, in Chipmunk colours. Now, up next, I think this is the Arsenal team from Germany. This is special. You will not see this anywhere else. They've come all the way from Germany. They're J10s this year. They had Sukhois last year. These are J10s. They're running JetCat T250 engines with full vector thrust. Now, there's something special about this. They haven't just got vector thrust. They've also got a hybrid thrust vectoring system on the wingtips, which is basically an arm with a brushless motor on the end with a 3-bladed prop. So they're a bit special.
How many people does it take to fly one of these models? Just the one?
Yeah, one to fly both of them.
How many fingers has he got on each hand? This is ridiculous.
They've stolen the design from many different aircraft. That's what the Chinese do best. But they make a very good 3D model.
Very light. They probably run in 2 gyros. So this is a routine set of bit of commentary, bit of music. So we're going to quieten down.
What are you doing? Huh? What happened?
You are wrong. You are too far ahead.
Oh, sorry. My mistake. What can I do?
I have an idea.
turn my color to golden brown. When my eyes will stand.
Welcome to the kart model slot. Max is going to start the display with the new Super Chipmunk. This is a 35% scale Super Chipmunk. Art Scholl, a very famous American show flyer. It was his aeroplane. He actually had two of them, one with retracts, one with fixed gear, as this example. The retract version will be available later in 25 or early in 2026. It's just a section of the wing that's different. So this aircraft that way it'll go in a van or an estate car without having to do any more work. Tailplane and the fin will also move if you need it to. This particular example is powered by a DA180 twin, but basically anything from a 150 twin up to a 200 quad will work with this aeroplane. It features an electric sliding tackle. Warbird or Super Chipmunk kits. They're fantastic aerobatic aircraft as far as fun fly type manoeuvres, as Max is doing now. This particular kit has a fully moulded, fully mould, work on it. This is how it comes out of the box. There's 3 full-size Super Chipmunks that are well known, so really the choice of scheme is relatively limited. The airshow scheme will be available later this year, and the main reason for that is the fin shape and the rudder shape. Here it's nice and quiet, so it's good for club fields. It can be built under 25 kilos. Make it easy to get an aircraft through, whereas in Germany it's much harder. So it's important that the aircraft will be built light. The aircraft features flaps, which you'll no doubt see very shortly. The flap servos are in the inner part, and when you plug in the outer section, you've just got one lead to plug in for the aileron servos, and the flaps automatically plug in and drive off the inner servos. So it's a similar system on the foresail, which you'll also see flying. So one more lead for the tip lights, and you're ready to fly. So really quick and easy. Max is an exceptional pilot, but as you can imagine, this aircraft is quite easy to fly. The larger aircraft are definitely more stable. They're all carrying much the same weight as servos and avionics, and therefore more wing area means lighter loading. I don't need a gyro to fly my aeroplane. No, you don't, but it will look better. So you can spend an awful lot of time adding scale detail, but gyro will make it nice scale. So Max has put the flaps down, you can see how slow slowly it will now fly. Again, this is a very gusty. LX 2.6. We have two examples flying today. The guys are going to fly leave the Corsair forward so it's ready. So there's Lars and Joel taxiing downwind. Much of this ready to take off. Max is getting ready to land the Chipmunk. Okay, take off. This being 2.6 is probably the most popular size. It will fly with anything from 100cc to 130cc twin. They're incredibly light. I own one personally. I call it a shop flyer. It's an incredible aeroplane. It's got huge control surfaces. It's very stiff, very rigid. But it's so lightly loaded. I've not flown an aerobatic aircraft like it. Servers in the wind, and you've got more weight to stop and again, it's very quick and very easy to assemble before you get flying. And that's it's a favourite of mine. I drive a short wheelbase van. Once you go with the short wheelbase van with the rudder and the spinner on, so it's not really a problem as far as assembling it and getting it ready to fly once it's flying. These aircraft carry 1 litre of fuel, so 1000cc fuel tank. And that will give you 10 to 12 minutes of normal flying. The spirit of flying these guys are doing about 9 minutes, something like that. And both of these are flying with BM-120s, again with zero resource. Again, they're using Falcon props and running 20 and they're not noisy, and the guys are good. See how maneuverable they are, very small points to slide. I'll preview and
Everywhere.
I'll be on the flight line. I'll be on the flight line. Right, there we go. That's live there. That's what you're pumping out to do.
It's not free. It's just breaking.
No, that's program's live. Camera 3 is, that's preview. You're live in camera 2.
So landing's not a problem. I've flown one at our local patch. It's 120 metre long grass strip. No problem at all flying it in and out of there. And these aircraft come in around the 25 kilo mark. If you add lots and lots of sailors, and bits and pieces, it will come over 25 kilos. But again, in the UK, the LMA, Large Model Association, are an amazing group, very, very helpful. It is not difficult to get the aircraft through the scheme and be ready to fire. So Boss Man of Craft Models is catching downwind with his Mustang. So this is electric. We do a range of Reno Mustangs. There's quite a few that you would have seen racing at Reno over the years. And this particular one is the latest version that Craft produced, powered by a Hacker electric motor, 12S batteries. Right, I need to find something else to commentate because I've got to fly. Where is Mr. Painter? Let me go find someone. So Andreas is getting ready again, full-bladed carbon fibre propeller. So he's about to take off.
Right. So Dave, thanks for that. Dave is going to get on the sticks now. He's a very capable pilot, 3D heli pilot, loves his jets, main importer of calf models in the UK. And Dave's going to be flying a Rebel Hot sports jet. It's the smallest of the Rebels. You saw the big one earlier, Alfie Sands flying it. This is the smallest version of it. It'll fly on basically a 45 Newton. So if you can think of a Coke tin, a 45 Newton engine jet would fit inside that. He's going up in the slot with two Joker sports jets, which is kind of what I'd say are the entry level to jet flying. All of these produced by and they will fly on anything up to 100 Newton engines. You will see So you see the Dago Red coming in from the right. Reno Racer. Beautiful aeroplane. This got an electric setup, but I have had Colt engines, inline 3-cylinder and 4-cylinder 4-strokes, supercharged. Sorry people, I'm stuffing my face with cake. So the Corsair on finals, again carrier-based aircraft, war in the Pacific, has the inverted gull wings. That's because you don't want too long undercarriage, and the prop was so big it was the only way to get clearance on the ground. Like I said,
simple installation. Life with a thrust tube behind it, one single tank of fuel. I think it carries approximately that will give you comfortably a Right, next is the fly baby. So the flybaby's up now. This is, even though you look at it, it looks as though it's got stitched fabric in it. It's all composite. Even the stitching on the wings is made out of resin and composite, so it comes out the mould. It's got a twin-cylinder 4-stroke Valac in the front. Chugs along. Sounds a bit like a Volkswagen Beetle, which I think is exactly what powers the full-size of an old Volkswagen Beetle. Still have his, and this is his original colour scheme. So it has a huge amount of pull, 34-inch prop, and again, this is very, very quick and easy to put together. So again, very, very quick to assemble. It's quite long, so if you've got an estate car, you have to take tailplane halves off and then the fin will go between the seats, or if you've got a van, then obviously it's not a problem. This is an iconic colour scheme as well, so same as the Super Chipmunk.
open exhaust. It's a 4-stroke twin. There's no silencers on it at all. It's a very dead, soft sound. So the last aircraft to join our display is Max with the Coverts. So this is a 3-metre span aeroplane with a 60 Newton turbine on it. You'll see in a second, it's rather extreme. Again, I have one of these. The wings are fully carbon fibre. They're very, very thin, but also very, very strong. And hallmark of all cast gliders. So this has enough power, as you see, to take off in about 15-20 metres. And you'll see it picking up energy. It's incredibly fast, it's incredibly precise. Again, Flyman McGregor servos. As it comes downwind, you can see it's now starting to wind up, and you can see that you can pull quite hard. Very long, it's got quite a full fuel tank in it, but at this rate most people's adrenaline would be off the scale. It would be good with some of the Welsh ones. You can see with knife edges, because it's got enough speed and the fish-shaped fuselage to generate side area. The servos, 16 row servos, and the McGregor 11 kilo wing servos on the ailerons. Incredibly precise, same on the elevator, same on the rudder. So 15 or 16 kilo torque is probably what you need if you want to fly it in Max's style. This is the Hamilton scheme. They do various different colour schemes with the same Hamilton logo on it. I have a red one. But there are lots of other colour schemes that you can choose. And they also do a 4.5 metre version of this same glider that's not quite as extreme. And with that, the turbine doors, and you can have a full bar. It's a mighty impressive aeroplane as a show aircraft, because you can pull as hard as you like and it will take you. The fuel tank is very small, so a nice pop-top type snap manoeuvre there, and you can now hear it's a pure glider. The fuel is only enough for about 2.5 minutes if you fly flat out all of the time, but it's quite a reasonable glider as well. It doesn't have any spoilers, but it does have flaps. So you have to bleed the energy off, but it's still possible to fly it from a relatively short grass field.
Exactly zero.
So Max is just burning off some energy, working out how he's going to land a glider with the slope on this hill being about the same as the glide ratio. So he needs crow, so the ailerons go up, the flaps come down, that will kill the energy. You can see it doing it now, so the ailerons are up, the flaps are down, and look at that, almost at his feet. You'd think he knows what he's doing. Right, so that was Calf Models, thank you very much. We're based down the bottom end if you want to talk about any of the aircraft you've seen today.
Thanks, Dave. That's absolutely superb representation and bolstering up Calf products. Dave is also a UAV pilot as well, development pilot, as well as running the business. I think the business is situated, if I'm right there, it's near Berkhamsted, which is kind of north. Queensland, that's it. Near Berkhamsted. AZ Aerosports, Sonny and Azza, the pilots, and the Futura XX, XXX, XXL. These are very large, as you can see. Full thrust vectoring. Now they glide together a lot. They do a lot of coordination, but this is the first time they've flown these together. This particular design was for Tomahawk
started as a 2.5 metre span and was so successful and so popular, they made it bigger.
Attention, please. We're now ready for takeoff. Complete evacuation.
If you had one shot or one opportunity to seize everything you ever wanted in one moment, would you capture it?
The lighting systems, believe it or not, are functioning for orientation. It was always for show at one time. We found that it was very good even in daylight for orientation because in the distance they profile. So you know where the leading edge is, you know port and starboard.
So we've got some engines of 400 Newton size, and they've got full victory, so these are capable of hovering. Whether they demonstrate this or not is another matter.
So, as the proprietor of AZ Aerosports, I'd ask you to go down to their tent. They're very helpful, and you can see the lineup of the aircraft that they bring in. You can get a turnkey jet off them, a scale jet. So if you haven't got time to build it, go there. They can see it a whole lot. It's actually worth going to ask some questions. The detail on this aircraft is absolutely superb.
Circuit TV, monitoring systems, all the way through the country, very successful business. And a lot of guys that work for them are here today flying as well. It's kind of
center thrust is obviously at the tail end. It's kind of a gimbal, so it's like an extra bit of drain pipe on the end, on hinges. It's linked to the elevator and the rudder, because obviously there's no copper. That is intentional. I'll give you an idea of the size of these models. You could fit a small child inside there, or a small adult.
And again, large fiberglass, Kevlar and carbon fiber construction. It's not all carbon fiber, carbon fiber is
Pointless making a whole thing out of carbon fibre. It's expensive, and it also screens the radio, so you can end up with problems with radio interference. So you only use it where you need it. Looks like they're going for a duo short landing here. Absolutely superb, immaculate. They haven't done this before. The first time they flown these together, I think they did it pretty convincingly. So, up next, something unusual. This is a scale, believe it or not, is a scale model. It's referred to as the Yak 110, which is basically two fuselages strapped together on one wing. You've got two petrol engines, and then in between the two engines on the little piece of wing in the middle, you've got a jet engine. This is scale. So the full size, it's like I said, it's not just a random act of madness, but a scale aircraft of the full size creation. The full size has two Yak 55s joined together, plus a turbine in the middle, and flies on the show circuit in America. Basically got a Learjet engine, and I think the discussion was in a pub where one of them said, I've got a great idea. And this concept was born. So yes, this is scale model of the full size that is still flying today in America. So the model, the idea was conceived whilst on holiday, drinking too much tequila, saw the full size and then contacted Tony Tan, who owns Pilot RC, who took their standard Yak 55s and made a custom joiner wing in the sections. It was then further modified by ourselves and added a turbine and further systems. This is a 5th scale version of the full size. So we've got two GP76 petrol engines and one 140 Newton jet engine strapped in the middle. So this needs an LMA certificate. It's not light. It comes in at 37 kilos, and I think that's with full of fuel. It needs all three engines to be able to hang on power. So where you see them prop hanging earlier, or the jets actually on their tails, this, because it's quite heavy, needs all the power of the turbine and all the power of the two piston engines to keep it aloft in the vertical hover. It's using 14 CLI servos for flying surfaces and it's guided by a Spectrum IX20 transmitter radio system. On a model of this size, you are asked, or you're expected, it's the rules, that you have a full redundancy system. That means we have normally power box systems or multipliers, we call them.
Aloft, and these young thumbs are needed to juggle the flight. So to actually control it and actually have all three engines, the pilot with Oliver, it's now 20.
The last 8 years. He flies as part of the AZ Aerosport team. There's a few of them. An accomplished 3D freestyle pilot. Extremely versatile pilot, gets 3D. He can fly anything.
So he's sponsored by
Pilot RC, AZ Aerosport Spectrum radio, R3 3D print, and RC flight systems. RC flight There's a lot going on. One of a kind. So this hasn't been copied by anybody else. This is unique, the only one in the world.
So looking a little wag there of the wings to signify that's the end of the display. This is a Yak 110, as John says, 2 Yak 55s. It is a full-size aircraft. 2 GP76s coming in on final. Perfect. Take hands together. That's Luke Oliver with the Yak 110. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Both the petrol engines are being killed up, so he's taxiing back on turbine power. Quite impressive. Let's go backwards this one there.
Well done, Luke. Give him a round of applause. That was pretty special, wasn't it? We like that. We like unusual stuff.
Not easy to fly. Up next, we've got a lot of noise. I don't know if the dogs or any animals here may be a bit sensitive to noise, so I just pre-warn you that.
Right, now it's gonna get a bit loud, so if you've got any children or dogs, anything noise sensitive, or noise sensitive adults, just put some headphones on them or make sure they're on a leash. That's the kids as well. So, all the way over from Holland, normally flying at the Apollo Model Flying Club in Holland, we have got, to your left,
We've just been told that they've got a few issues they've got to sort out. So we've got our very own foreigner here. That's Steve Halty, our Welshman.
Steve Halty, and he's got a Swift S1 with a turbine on top. We was in a couple of Swift S1s earlier, but it's a bit bigger, and they were being towed up. Is that right, John?
That's correct. This has got a Chicoy 120 on the top. You can see there Dave
Franks, who is his translator.
Chicoy 120 is made by Gaspar, his own company. He broke away from a company called Chipmunk in Spain. He was doing all the design work and R&D for Chipmunk, and he decided he wanted to set his own company up. So it's Chicoy, and that is how it's pronounced, X-I-C-O-Y. It's spelled an old Spanish family name, old family name of theirs, so he decided to call his company after that. So what size is it, John?
This is a 120, 120 units. He actually puts out 125 units, but what he doesn't do is he names his engines and just squares them up. So, again, Gaspar is an extremely clever man. He does mass flow in his head, so I don't know, he sleeps turbines.
So Steve just tapping the top of the model, clearing the air bubbles out. I assume that's what it was, or patting it on the head anyway. That turbine will be canted slightly off to the side, so he doesn't want to melt the fin. So he won't have the hot gases pointing directly at it. And it doesn't make a lot of difference that it's slightly canted off to the side. The turbine's just, what it will do is re-small on board, you can spool it up, and when it gets up to the side tip over, probably about 40-50,000 RPM, we'll then hand control to the throttle. It'll get up to that speed, get it running, and then it will give you throttle control on that. So you know that the visual experience is all movement, it gets you speed, we're thinking he's coming down to the Southern Show as well.
If you're around tomorrow night, he does this on the Twilight Show. Some music.
I think that was if he gets 2 slots, he's coming. Right, here we go. Steve Halty. Nexus sponsored. Dave Frank's coming over. They've got one wing dragging on the ground. Touch the wing tracked away. Gaining a lot of speed. So now I've got this. So you can see the wings flexing. Don't worry, they're all stressed to I don't know how many G, but you're not going to be able to break those in the air. It doesn't count if you break them hitting it on the ground, but they say you can't break it in the air.
They said that to Andy Ellison with his as well, and he tries to break it all the time.
Oh yes. Bit of thunderstruck.
It's a bit of conflict over the music being stolen from one of the other pilots.
I know Steve Kilburn will be tapping away to this. He loves a bit of thunderstruck.
So Steve has been flying man and boy. I mean, he really has, and he's a very accomplished helicopter pilot. Used to compete, 3D pilot, jet pilot.
There goes little doggy Hank, gone off for some dinner. Lovely cockapoo.
So this is the dynamic part of the high energy part of the display. He does it in two sections, so this is all powered. And the second section of the display is engine off and back to gliding. You'll see it when it happens because he'll just climb up to a tiny little dot in the sky. And then the engine falls off. It doesn't fall off, it just stops.
It's got a good roll rate. Oh, let's take over a minute, it's got a pull. Miles an hour, this is coming through on the dive, and that has been verified. And you can see we've got a special ramp on the left hand side to launch it, where it took off from. If you look over towards the left of our commentary, stops because it will be peaceful again. There he goes. I think he's run out of fuel. How can you tell? So he's just gone over Cardiff, turning round, coming back now. Over Surrey now. Coming into the tail, Weston under Lizard. And he'll land at his feet. He's got very big feet. That's fantastic, thank you. Hans Litson from Holland.
Overloosen. Ja, du fick dålig ofta. Ja, det. Jag tyckte att du blev hitstad och pilot.
Okay, now I come out now. Thomas Hoffman is now going to fly this. I'm trying to get some details. It's a strange looking aircraft, very long nose on it. Or the wing's a long way back, depends which way you want to say it. Right, okay, so it's based on a full size, and the rear half is from a different type to the front half, so it's modified, probably for a turboprop, where it's hello. Is it too loud? Oh, up a little bit. Sorry, I've been told off. Too loud. Now we're just trying to sort out the feedback and that. Now I've gone really quiet. Anyway, this is a FW C3605. So it's a Schlepp or tug aircraft. So for towing other aircraft up, used by the Swiss Air Force, 1971 to 1987. It was developed in the 60s. And then, it says here 23 aircraft were converted between 72 to 73, and 2 are still flying in private hands. So it's got this extra long nose to house the turboprop, because it's a longer engine being the turbine with the propeller on the front. It's got three tail fin, similar to the Constellation format. So Thomas Hoffman pilot, he was also one of the tug pilots with the 2 Swifts that we saw go up earlier with the large Cessnas. He was pilot of one of those. Collection of their powered, and they're all running on 6S. So 6S means, and there's 6 Ls in series. So we're running about 22 volts all of these. Servo, some of them have got full light kits so you can fly at night.
Very much, everybody. Welcome to Weston Park International. My name is Kevin, and I'll be talking about the IAD design Serpent. As Andy, my colleague, just told me, I've had a few. We'll not go there. Today we have 6 Serpents ready to fly, and tomorrow there will be an extra one. There will be 7. The team is headed up by the designer and the owner of IAD Designs, which is Ian Nicol. All these turbines are Kingtech, and they range in size from the Kingtech 70 to the Kingtech 85. And we've got Ian, Mark, Simon, Charles, and Andy Ruddin here today. I'm not sure what they're going to do, but we'll sit back and relax and enjoy. One of the beauties of the IAD Serpent is its simplicity and the speed range. It has an excellent speed envelope, ideal for a small field flyer. Most flying sites can accommodate the IAD Serpent. Build time, well, a couple of months, allow yourself that length of time to build them. And here we go, we're all running, we're all
On final. Not coming up.
to do 3D anymore. Getting it, I filmed it for fucking 5 years and that's over 3D video. That's right, yeah.
I put it on a viewer's review.
comment something on air. Electric lightning and BAE lightning. I'm on the phone, I'm here on the ground. Press the pull, don't start them, don't pull everything, so I don't know everything. So just like that. So pull everything. Next to the very up one, you're a YouTuber. Uh-oh. PX300 turbine, 300 uses. It's running 8 litres of fuel. I always just have no idea what 8 litres is. Who did you feel you take that and you try on this radio. So they find it's like the Probuild, get their Probuild socks on, and all the and Phil Knoll, we'll talk about the chemical agents, not agent scale features. There's something else that I've got to touch up. Fantastic area. We both there's projects for 7 of the riders who are going to think of bikes and there's some fantastic work on the bikes as well. So he's going to come over. I think this is the second one. There was one on the last one this week where the top actor was disconnected the turbine hospital and the big stuff on we're not going to egg him on. Coming in right to left. Beautiful shaped aircraft. Put up in the middle point. Not Marjorie, this is a P-Aerotow, not a and aircraft like this, especially when they're stacked above each other. On the table, so red is left with port, right green starboard.
Can you take that one up in the build, please?
George, this one, isn't it?
No, no, no. Get out of that. That's the King's one. Get out of it. This one. That's sacrilege.
Yeah, will do. I'll make sure we're enough. Right,
So we've got Mario Muller going up next.
That's it then. Show's complete.
Another turbine powered glider.
This one's
Looks like
got
he's smoke
a
canisters on.
warning going on.
This is a Cirrus K glider, if you know your gliders, scale glider. It's probably been put a turbine on the full size, but may have done. It's got 18 kilo thrust ALM turbine. Now, it's not a make I'm particularly familiar with, but we're going to see. It's a strange, a different looking turbine. That is a lot of thrust on a glider. So as like with Steve's, I'm sure he'll have that canter slightly off the left, so he's not blowing hot air straight to the spin and melting it during flight. He's riding Powerbox Core, which is the Powerbox is the main, Core is the brand of radio. He's a Powerbox team pilot. 9, 8, 7. Okay, I'll just get a little bit more. So he's got Savox servos in here, just spooling up. And I'm going to shut up because this is the music.
Sonny, watch him there.
Right, so we got Jay Perkins doing a trade slot, importer of some of the best modelling gear in the UK, and these are their 50th anniversary year, and to mark that they've got a few new models out, and I think this is one they're about to show. This is the RC Sport Cub flying on 4S. So that's running, I can't do my maths at the moment, about 14, 15 volt, the 4 series cells. Looks like they've got nice big wheels, so these will be good in the winter when you can't get your normal models off the deck. Good all-rounder. What else do we know about them, Paul? It's foam, so there's not a lot of building involved. This is put your battery in and you put your own receiver in. There's all the radios in there as well, is it? The servos are in, so it's a plug and play. Plug your receiver in, plug the servos into the receiver, put your 4S. There you go, no tools required apart from a screwdriver. And that's it. Literally 15 minutes, you're in the air. So there's a lovely little display stand from Perkins. You'll find all the banners there. That's where these are. If you want to get up close and have a look, they've got flaps as well. That's impressive. Slows them right down. So we've got flaps, ailerons, elevator, rudder. Stoll, short takeoff and landing, I've been told. Also, we've got Team Renegades doing the bit of the flying out there, and some of the Team Fataba pilots out there. See Danny's out there. Who've got flying these? Paul? Andy Johnson. Mark Leasley's on the left. He teaches people how to fly paragliders, I think it is, or something like that. Leasley Aviation. You've got Danny Ellison, or Danny G. I don't know what the G stands for. Alex Ames is your 4th pilot on display. So this is SA. Okay, one's going to come down, so I think he's got to fly something else. So we've got 4 up there. 5 channels, or 6 if you want. You want to put the ailerons on separate channels. So you just need a 6 or 7 channel receiver. And a 4-cell LiPo. So lovely big wheels on this Cub. In fact, the only thing that's not scale on it, it's got the struts, which will be functional on the full size. So the silver one's down. So that's Mark Leasley. I think he's now got to jump on the sticks of another model. He's running over.
As you can see, a lot of maneuver, you can learn to fly on it, and then you can go 3D. They're square looping, and then they're doing all sorts of things with these. So very versatile model. Take away on holiday.
Yeah.
And all of this, I know you're asking how much. So $249 is the retail, but I'm sure if you hunt around the show, you'll get a bargain somewhere. Yeah, at least 6 minutes, easy flying. Maybe a little less if
if you're thinking of it. You sure it's only 6 minutes, Paul? He's doing really well. It seems like we've been up for longer. Very impressive. So we've got Jeff Wallace. So the big 25 is about to go. Jeff Wallace is about to work some Perkins. We've got the Mitchell V. Can I wait for these trucks to come down? We'll probably on because they're 6 minutes Jeff Wallace just going up with the V25 Mitchell. Beautiful model. I've seen this fire on the circuit a couple of times this year already. So Jeff does a lovely display on his Mitchell. The models obviously are different scales, but they do display nicely together. We've got twin electrics in the Mitchell, which are coming down the road from the right. This is just on. Slot both of them. P-51 is known for Cadillac of the Skies. Probably quite a good for aircraft. I think they even throw into him. So this one is a 30cc one by within a week we could identify all our aircraft properly with the black and white sights on, put a big roller, and a whole lot of aircraft to paint very quickly. And for Mark, thank you guys. So now we've got another phase for the J. Perkins slot. Bit of chaos now. So we've got the Marlin, which is one of the pilot's favourites, this model. This is the blue and white one. These are all EDF, so electric ducted fan. We've also got the Viper jet. I'll fire them. The Marlin is the blue one, the white's the blue flashes, and the Viper jet is the other one. I'm going to spot the Viper jet. Red and white, just following the hawk behind. What is the one behind the hawk? Oh no, that was a mid-air. Who's that? Oh look, just when Pete sat there and see Bob or that one, turned his camera off, that was a mid-air. Always the way. These are all flying in 4S, or 4-cell, LiPo, 4 in series, S for series, obviously not cell, let's go with C. Each cell is 3.7 voltage, 1 volt by 4, and we get the total voltage by 24 volts. This is the J. Perkins. J. Perkins they've recently taken the import and distribution of the Tava brand. Let's get it right. Dave Franks and Jeff coming through, that beautiful Mitchell. If you want to have a look, that's going to go back onto the stand. I think they're just going to wander it over, so if you want to see it, it is very impressive. It's a lot one. This is proper inexpensive fun. What good? Ours is the pilot's favourite. So if you want good EDF, you're unsure what to go for, get yourself a Marlin. It's arguably one of the best EDFs available at the moment. With real jet performance, so if you want to know what it's like to fly a jet, then this is the way to go inexpensively. For us, and look at him over the back of the Marlin, I'm doing a rolling circuit here, coming around the back. Got flaps. Lovely. Give him a round of applause. That's J. Perkins for you. Andy, Nathan and Rigby, you're required, please. At the flight line. Andy, Nathan, Rigby. Joe has asked you. I can tell that all those pilots had a smile on their face when they fly in that slot. Thank you guys. What have we got next? So, I think is that Martin Pickering actually in front of one of their turbines? It is. He's getting ready. All the way to this one. Who's the name of that
He does fly it like he's stolen. Martin's a bit handy on anything you put in your hand, so it's helicopters, anything and anything. He does throw it around. That turbine doesn't like that. It wants to stay in the same altitude. Wasn't that good? Give him a round of applause. That was pretty close. Well done. So if you look over to the left, you can see Hans Litton and the model is Shark Delta, which is own design. Basically a Delta, which is a fuel tank with a pulse jet on the back. You saw it earlier. You get to see it again. Like Martin said, it's a tube with package at the front, which is like a one-way valve. You pump petrol into it, you light it, and the air is drawn in through the front, the package shut. When you ignite the fuel, the only place it can go is out the back. It's exactly the same as a doodle bug in the Second World War, worked on exactly the same principle.
and it's noisy. So if you have sensitive hearing, or your animals that you've brought with you, and I don't mean the kids, are a little bit sensitive to noise. There is no throttle on this at all. You fly till it dies.
John, I love the way all the other pilots take a couple of steps back when this goes on.
Yeah, that includes me. I'm going back towards the railings as well. Not an immense panic anyone, but this thing will do 250 miles an hour happily.
A 400-foot ceiling, we can go higher than that. And the no-turn is to
full-size pilots. But there's an aero display going on, and not to overfly it. Occasionally you do get them, they do ignore it. So we do have to be aware of that. That's mental. That's the only words for it. It's not a good aeroplane if you're short-sighted. Now there are guys out there in the modelling world who put these engines on control line models, and they have to put them on a pole in the middle of the circuit because you fall over in the end. It's ridiculous. So like I said, there's no throttle on this, so it just stops. That's pretty quick. Climb rate's good as well. Oh, there you go. I'm assuming the engine stopped. Does glide well. It's not the sort of thing you can take down your local park. I'd love to run one up in the garden though. Absolutely on point. How's that? Wasn't that good?
I take it you don't like your neighbours then, John, if you want to run up in the garden.
Who likes neighbours? No one likes neighbours. They're not choiceable. You buy the house, not the neighbours.
We've got Joe Hampson up first, that's 16. He's on the pilot edge. Pick up the kick. Top off to everyone. There's two 16-year-olds, right? Okay. We've got Harrison Collins, he's 16-year-old. Then down to So when you go to a local model shop or you go to a local club, they'll make sure you're successful. Flying Association. And I think if you're in pilot really, third party fire and Viking. It's kind of central in the UK, so it's easy for all of us to come from the south, up north, east and west. UK's like that, you're never more than 65 miles away from the coast. If I say one thing about social media or Facebook, So there's no age limit with this. I got into this in 1972. And it must be good because I haven't stopped.
Yes, it's on site.
So the banner's been dropped off now, is it? I can't find, where's the banner from? There's just got a flare on it now, that's brilliant.
I was wondering whether the red plane and the blue smoke would clash, but she said it doesn't.
No, this would be one only. Do you let that have a go, or do you listen to the whole flight herself?
Alright boys, all good to go.
He's there, you know, in any eventuality. She's been flying a year or so.
Oh, yeah. Tell her I might get a few
She's
views.
extremely sociable. You can pick it up and put it down wherever you are. We do this a few times a year. We had the year in Germany, jet out. And that is good.
No, left the album. It's high,
If
isn't
you've
it?
never visited Germany, go. It's worth it. It really is a wonderful country. The food is excellent and the beer is better. I've never known a place with so many breweries. As you can see, it's a very silent, very tiny aircraft, highway, very stable. This is actually got back stickers as well. Perhaps just put a small blind side and you can just slow everything up.
Yeah, because we lost one.
Oh, how about that? Well done, Ruby. Give her a round of applause.
Yeah, I'm not sure. No, it's just the one side. He wants to get one side. Will they let him recover it?
Well done.
Go late.
So we've got another Johnny, amazing. Right, John, I'm on my way back. We have just come from Bucks Composites. We've got a load of fiberglass, carbon fibre. So this lot So yeah, the Zero course there, you've seen conflict in the war of the Pacific. The Corsair came later on in the war, aerobatics aircraft. Zero was a very capable aircraft, very light. It's an excellent fighter, excellent fighter. The armament was low, but big aircraft radials, if you're short of cover, it's still four rows of 7 cylinders. And we start referred to as the corn on the top. Side one and come and look at this, there's the pilot was really perched on top of it. To do scale models of Japanese aircraft because they just use the pattern of what they could find. So you don't actually see real patterns. When you do a scale, you just get paint brushes and put patterns on here and there. Chance to look at Red Zero and the detail on its face. It's like I said, it's front features in it. I'd actually say where is that master B? You're right. Back right. It's Jason. It's Jason. It's Jason. Actually, I need to see his legs. Yeah, that's Jason. 0 for the gear down now. So the Sky Raider's kind of out of place here. Warbird aerobatics, barrel rolls, axle rolls, retro rolls, hand rolls.
Do we start while he's landing? Or is that a bit of a big move?
Oh, he's going to do a short landing now, so gears down. Look at this, you wouldn't think you'd be able to get that in 5 minutes in there. Slows it up, slows it down, slows it really well. You know, you're going to stretch it out, slow it up. Well done, come on. He's heading towards Wales at the moment. That is exactly where it is. He's got a man to go and get it. He's just not. Come on, Forrest. So Riley's now holding the fort. Slow on. That is very, very difficult to do that slow.
And he's renovating the house. He's got a proper boat, which is which is here somewhere, which yes, so normally these models are painted in the mould, but these were commissioned and changed to do this display, dual display, and they were handed over, I think it was 2019. Very capable, I'd say engineer, and his wife was fantastic. Well, so when you see the smoke come out like it almost looks like a flame. So remember when Dave Stevens was with that comment, we were adding to it. So basically our whole system into spectacular. Basically it looks like an afterburn.
Oh, it's slow. Come on, Riley. Brilliant.
He's not doing that. He's minor true. How can you put it into an aerobatic?
And he said, never like that.
Never like that. So this has got live hinges, so the surface of the aileron is back which is loaded into the stick. That drive is actually so you use it as a hinge, and you've got no gaps, so you don't get any drag or what they call reversal. I think I have a little humpy bomb. Swing wing jet tornado with a glow engine at the front. It looked like it had been made out of old cardboard boxes. That's because it was. Just remember 99 That's enough of that. You won't get paid. No, not now. That's fantastic. As long as on finals, you've got the caps, reflex down, closing all up. Stand up next to the side. The other habit's just been straight back up and you're 5 minutes of the wrong one. Look how big this is. This is not a model aeroplane, is it?
Too long. Riley's burning that smoke off. Brilliant. Lovely display there from Riley.
So just take the canopy off it. It actually covers so you've got access to everything in here. The fuel tank and the engine behind you can access the whole thing through one hatch.
The fuselage breaks just behind the wing so you can take the tail off.
An optional extra, you can get you some oars, because you can use the canopy as a canoe.
There's aerials flying around everywhere.
We found the reason. It's got a lot of bubbles in the line when you don't want air bubbles.
So what happens is they're an injector ring, and if you can think of hypodermic needles that small, they're bent an angle through a fuel ring, soldered in, and they go into little incontinent tubes. They're like steel but incontinent, extends again, and they touch the side. Now you can imagine one air bubble going through a hypodermic needle means no fuel, that means no flame, and that means no go-go. We do have bubble traps in this, which is a little auxiliary tank. It stops in the, it's like a membrane, it stops in the bubble tank, but unfortunately, it's not very big bubble. So now I've got three slightly broken
very narrow undercarriage on this model, so it makes it not an ideal. It's a beautiful looking jet, kind of like a shark front with a big open mouth underneath.
Now, if you think of a 53-year-old jet, think of something like an old plane. The F-16 is now 53 years old. How old? 53. Anyway, so successful, they're still being made today. Well, the petrol tank is under the middle, this is an unusual system because it's got 3D capability, it's got vector structure in back, which isn't very strong. It's got a big tuning up under the nose. Now, for all of you who know about supersonic flight, you can only push air through a turbine at a maximum of 700 miles an hour, so somehow you have to slow the air down. A lot of aircraft have variable geometry in the intake. Hopefully they have a battery that went up inside the This is a multi-role fighter, which looks a bit like an attack aircraft. Fold up into the, just below the intake. Heavily articulated going through that. went very well. Actually, I think it's better now. So if you look up on the left here, you've got Thomas flying the L-39. It's a very popular aircraft. A lot of them are privately owned now in the States. I think there might be a couple over there. This is a popular public design. If you want to fly a BAE Hawk or L-39, one way it's private. But you can still run a large one, isn't it? But they actually have a racing class in used to have a Reno where they were drop class. A lot of the aircraft these were L-39. Just going to find out what engines you use. I know the L-39's got a 160 plate. It's the most rapid starting turbine I've ever come across.
Right, the Turf 16's taxiing back from London. Oh, hello. Has he got a gyro on that with a lot of gain? He's gained something. We like that. But that's what happens if you put the gain a little bit high on the gyro. It does a fly past mixing the fuel up. Overcompensates it. So it's something T1, RCT1, ERC1, T1. Well, it's basically, these models up here are kind of a mixture of an F-16, a Raphael, kind of trying to put everything together as a sports jet with full 3D capability. Are these available through AZ Aerosports? They are all through AZ Aerosports.
primary importer of EA Sports and AZ Aerosports. If you want to go and have a closer look, go over to their tent. They'll be happy to answer any questions. We have a
well done, Ezra. Give him a round of applause. That's still showboating up here. Got to gear down. Or 6 kills for the Germans, so there were less aces in the German Air Force than there were in the British Air Force, or the Royal Flying Corps as it was called at the time. So they're all full mates and that. We're going to be a couple more here tomorrow. The Albatross, you know, he wandered off. He said, "Where am I going to go?" And they didn't have a runway, they just take off in any direction as well. Sounds like some Probuild aircraft. So the 30 string bags, all open structure, all fabric covered, stitched to the ribs. I should reckon the strings, the flying wires on these are functional. These are third scale, and that scale they're going to make a difference whether they're on or not. You can see them go diagonally. To explain it, the crankshaft is bolted to the bulkhead and the cylinders fly around the background. We've great for turning left, I think the next step, you want to go right to push forward and left. So the D7, then you had the D8, which was a monoplane, high-wing monoplane. What's the one that had that lovely lozenge shape? Was that a D7? Or they had lozenges at the end? It's a nightmare to actually come from these out. So it's really not you want to master the there's a lot of building in one of these. Difficult to wrap all that wood around the skeleton. Look at that. Very small turn and straight on the flight center.
I take off on the outside.
Now tomorrow, they're going to try off the tripod for DI1. I remember your one was there with photometry on the tail. That was interesting. Yeah. Ooh, ooh. Is it that red one that goes whoosh, whoosh, whoosh? So, right to left, slow flyby. And right to fly. What was it going to be about spinning in America? It says 60, Conservative steel base. Loads of layers. They kind of just float down. They don't glide. There's loads of drag. You've got to get the airspeed up. You want to, just like, kind of want to push the nose towards the ground and then just flare out the bottom. You don't want to steady the flight. Yeah, you just want to get it down. That narrow undercarriage really doesn't work when you want it. This is what we've got today. see one of these real ones up close, you need to go to Hendon Museum, RAF Museum, Hendon, in London. Yeah, they are old in and that's good work for us as well. And the second So the Sopwith Cup turned into the Sopwith Camel. There was actually a two-seater camel, for one of. I had a photograph somewhere, and why was it called a camel? Because of the hump where the guns went. So they had butts. But it looked like the Sopwith Cup with the guns standing. He flew with Jace the Seer last year, didn't he? And that was amazing. Probably two of the best. Two of the best pilots in the world. It's sponsored by TP Engines, Expert Servos, Powerbox Systems, and Scorpion Power Systems. From the Probuild.
Jess and Hank. Oh, and Riley. I'm sure that shouldn't be possible what he was doing there at the end. Incredible.
He threw it like he stole it.
Absolutely.
So who's this going up now? The guy with no shoes on.
Oh, I think this is Adam.
Adam Broomhandle.
Broom. No.
Oh, Broomhead. Sorry.
Broomhead. I was thinking. So this is a Fokker Jungmeister, and it's half scale, 50%. It's got a 250cc 5-cylinder radial. Yala? Yala. Come on. Probably not pronouncing it right. With a Fiala prop.
Fiala, that is.
34-inch prop. So it's almost 3 foot. It's taking 3 of them to hold it back as he's just making sure it's running all by itself.
He's a tidy old pilot with this as well. He does play it around.
He's got some hacker sounds. He's fine with Powerbox core, I can recognise that from this range. Multi-power batteries. Aerotex covering. So that's like the Aura cover, but a little bit of text. Solar text.
Looks like an old t-shirt.
So he supplies aerobatic restoring gadgets to the UK. Oh, he makes Discus.
So the Fokker Jungmeister is a derivative of the German training aircraft, the Fokker Jungmeister. And was used for aerobatic competitions later to the 70s.
We're glad to help him paint it, so it's covered in Aerotex, and then it's been painted. It uses 40 metres of Aerotex, so that's basically a mortgage.
That's expensive. How much is 2 litres of normal oil? Oh, I've just been told the company was supplied by Nexus. You can go and talk to Paul. I would say it's very affordable. I beg to differ.
It's quite affordable. So this is a JW model. Pronunciation, pronounced pronunciation. Flip model. It's all CNC cut. Comes complete with all the rigging wheels. So I bet you wish you could get that deluxe models CNC glue. They're the, what's it called, the glue? The
Aliphatic.
no, it's Aliphatic special one. What is these things?
Penetrates when one's opposed to wood. That's the problem with the blanket like here. Is actually the glue just follows through it. So it's saturated.
Comes complete with radial wheels. not pulleys. Light pulleys, that's the one. It's got around 25 metres of power box maxi cable. And look at shopping went to buy that from.
Probably Nexus.
I'd have thought so.
That's fire retardant cable. So it's really good if there is an incident with a fire on board. It's less likely to burn through the cable, which it doesn't.
And there is a full size, which is still around.
There's a few. There's a few. Oh, here's one.
The full size of this one,
and everything. Pretty graceful aerobatics, no 3D or stick banging. You have to use energy because the power is a lot less than what you get in today's aircraft. So you have to use the energy that you build up in forward flight to pull semi-vertical maneuvers, stall turns around.
How's the Diablo?
I'm so Adam had to sell his shoes to buy the fuel to burn this.
I'll tell you what, Adam is at one with the world. Some say he walks on water.
Would you say the future is better?
Very scale, very scale.
If you're
going to spin it, he's going to stall this and spin it.
So the pilot was scratch built by Andrew Crenna, who's the Dawn Patrol team we saw flying a few minutes ago. He's going to be 3 foot tall.
Say the Diablo isn't as good.
The pilot's jacket is from River Island and jeans are made of RTG. So he's been shopping down the kids' shop.
So what he's doing is styling it out.
Brilliant.
I'll tell you what, you need a lot of tabletops to build those wings. I think Adam only owns a couple of aircraft at a time because they're so big. He can't have any more. He's got a pitch here somewhere.
Yeah, that's massive as well. That's like 4
Challenger, yeah. Pitch Challenger over there, the blue one.
come on, it's Alfie Sands out there. I said Rory earlier, I was so wrong about that because there was the smoke, I couldn't see it. But Alfie Sands,
I'll tell you what,
lovely display. That rifle roll all the way down.
Martin, there's something special now. All the way from Germany.
It's all been a bit special, I think, so far, John.
These
This
two,
is only the first one.
these two, I'm not going to call them crazy Germans, but they are. They are. So we've got Ralph Luseman and Enrico Tatter from Germany. It's from Munich, wonderful part of Germany. If you ever get a chance to go, it's a lot of
You got the transmitter? Huh? Dave, got it. Dave. Dave Frank. Oh, there's Dave. All right.
My mistake. What can I do?
I have an idea. like that, absolutely fantastic. Make sure they can hear you. Yes, well done. For watching all day, every day. All the way from Germany. Okay, so calf E2 spirit. Second flight of this particular aircraft. So it's not super new experience on this particular platform. We've been flying for a long time. This has been on cast displays for 5 years now, 4 or 5 years. Have to check something. Maybe the over steering. Like I said, this particular aircraft, full grass, the other carriers take quite a lot of work. And it's very important that you get the steering so that you have to run. Check both engines over together. There'll probably be nobody cautious. Like I said, this is the second flight out from the aeroplane. You joined on the first one yesterday. For those very well flown aircraft.
aircraft is available again as a full composite kit. That offers paint up Australia, T-Box lights, wing panels attached just inside the first set of triangles, control surfaces. So taxi address, transport test, edge, van, wing panels out, bags. Part of a flying family in Germany. His father, his brother all fly, his mother supports them all. Quite often when they go to Germany, we'll see the whole family there, all flying various different aircraft, supporting each other. Max lives about as far north in Germany as possible to get, which is almost up into Scandinavia. There was a time when he forgot his passport and came here, he had to drive home to collect it, something like that. 10-hour round trip. Right, gears down, getting the wing level, holding it off, power off, holding angle back. You see it floating along, even going uphill. What I'd love to do.
Steve, for that knowledgeable commentary, lovely drag flaps on that car. It's not a board, is it? Right. Aerobatic. I've got the stand. That's an ultimate biplane, GP76, with I'll give you all the facts and figures, but Andy will talk more knowledgeably. What have you done to your suite? I don't know, really. We've got CLI servos, and Josh flies mode 4. And as Andy says, he's not quite sure what that is. He thinks the sticks might be on the back of the transmission. Mode 1 and mode 2 is fairly common. I think it's something like mode 2, but the stick is swapped over. The stick's swapped over. Yeah, exactly. Exactly right. But yes, we understand he does come from across the borders. I'm not going to do a Welsh accent because it always turns out to sound. We've got a full-size rescue helicopter over there. And Andy Ripley's up there flying a Bridge 540, again from Turbine version. I've got the Viking 140 engine, Jessie radio and Savic server. There is a trade stand here, Aerobatic. If you want to go and have a look at these models, or what they've got available, I don't know if Andy's going to talk now. He's just trying to work his way into the suite. He's got a microphone in his hand.
Yeah, so this is the second aerobatic slot of the day, second right slot. At the moment we've got some of the
178 engine. It uses KS servos, 3095 canisters, so not servo. This is the battery elimination circuit, and here's lots of aerobatics, these are very cool, lots of Ouch! That wasn't part of the plan. So we had a structure failure just outboard of the wing spar by the looks of things. Oh, but as DB Sound would say, at least it'll go back in the car a lot easier now. That's a little pat on the shoulder, don't worry about it, from the boss, Clive.
Give him a round of applause anyway, he's just destroyed his model.
In the air.
For you, in the air.
No flaps or air brakes on this. If they need to come in slow, as you can see, he's actually side-slipping the aircraft in, using plenty of rudder to slow it down. It is a bit bouncy because it's got a sprung undercarriage. Well done. Give him a clap. That was good, wasn't it? We like that. Now, we're going a little bit bigger now, maybe a little bit faster. We've got Steve Kilburn from Langer MMC on a flight club. With the F-16, it's a flying kit, all composite, just under 20 square. And the pad is extremely grappling, so if he's having issues, he may have to land. I think he's opting to land, which is a wise move. Until he sorts that out, we'll have to get the next one up. Well done, Steve. Good recovery. He'll be back up again later. So up next we've got Danny G and Joss Eaton. They're flying the AZ Aerosports EA Sports Vipers. Both powered by King Tech 102, so it's 102 newtons. Josh flies Jetty. Danny flies the Spectrum radio. So these are semi-scale models of a full-size model called a Viper, or a full-size aircraft called a Viper jet. I think the
still one full-size flying at the moment. It makes for an extremely interesting aircraft. But very good cabin. Just at the rear. Very sprightly performance. These things are quite quick, but fairly light wing loaded. All composite, again, painted in the mould. All live hinging. As you see it, as you buy it, comes out the mould like that. The wings do have a superstructure inside them. It's referred to as clamshell, so the upper and lower sections of the wings are moulded separately. The superstructure is stuck inside and the two halves are just glued together. It's not quite as simple as that, but you know what I mean. As you can see, they're quite happy flying together. They don't live anywhere near one another, so sometimes when you see these pilots flying together, these are the only times they get to do it. Josh is from Wales, and Danny's from up north somewhere. Bolton. As you can see, these are the large engines are producing approximately 25 pounds of thrust. They'll probably drink 2 litres of fuel in about 8 minutes. Quite thirsty. The one that's quite interesting and the more pressure that comes on the back. These can be purchased as well from very well put together. I don't think they've ever produced a model that didn't perform well. The AZ Aerospace Centre is really worth the visit to have a look around. They've got some lovely models.
quite happy with it. And the engine sits in the middle of the aircraft, and you've got a thrust tube, a stainless steel thrust tube that goes behind it, with a gap in between the exit of that turbine and the pin with the tube, approximately 25 millimetres. And it's quite critical because they do get affected by the venturi effect. If it's too far away, you lose loads of power. If you put it too far in, it makes a terrible noise. It can collapse the actual thrust tube. Probably the fastest starting turbine on the market. 3 metres too far. So we've got our gears recorded now. No one wants to have a higher wing loading, so they don't start as easy. So 100 RPM, top RPM is around 160,000 RPM. Turbines generally self-sustain anywhere between 35,000 RPM and 50,000 RPM. That's when you don't need to start from the front and they start working on their own. We've got a tiny little motor on the front with a bendix that fires out onto the spinner to get the engine going. You inject your fuel into a igniter cup, it starts to fire, hits the engine up. You've got a gear on that here, he's handling it pretty well. That goes well with the last one. That was good, well done. Yeah, the bendix fires back after the motor. What you do is you put kind of a dead short across the motor that fires the bendix back. And then obviously the engine becomes self-sustained and you just pump more fuel into it and rev it up a bit more and away you go. So that's quite nice. Well done, Danny. Give him a round of applause. That was great. That was really good. Now, another J. Perkins slot. It's the 50-year anniversary of J. Perkins, and this model was designed to commemorate that. It's a new model, it's not on the market yet. Plug-in wings, these have all got electric setups, but it comes with an engine mount on it, so you can put a glow motor in it if you want. I did suggest that with a tune pipe, that it'll be very exciting. Now, all these lads found these gyros available on, I don't think it's good, I can't Alibaba, for £11. And they're pretty good, they haven't all got hot on them, haven't they? They've all got them. We're going to work out which ones have them, which ones haven't, and we can decide if they're any good. Hang on, I know James Lancaster's got only two. I know James Lancaster's got one, and normally we alter the game on the transmitter. These have a little screwdriver slot on the pot, and you can alter the game. The game is something where it can overcorrect, so you'll see that if they've got too much game on the gyro, the aircraft will tend to overcorrect, it'll wobble around the sky. So now we've got to try and fathom out which ones have got the gyro stability. So is it on 3 axis or the aileron? It's 3 axis. It's on the ailerons, elevator and rudder. Mind you though, it's no good saying, well that one hasn't, they're all identical. They're all, yeah, it's going to be, because it's not too blowy now, so it's going to be difficult to see it. We only really use gyros to tidy things up when conditions aren't perfect. All supported and flown by Futaba radio, which is also distributed in the UK by J. Perkins. They're all 50 years old. Which I was 50 years old. This is our anniversary model we brought out. The Perkins distributor. I do actually fancy one myself. They've got plug-in wings, which I like anyway, for transportation purposes.
takes up very little room. Oh, they're plug-in, so it's not a single piece wing? No, it's actually plug-in, man. It's actually comprehensive kit, and there's glue on everything, literally. It's very well built.
Unlike some of the early kits where there's glue where it touched.
Well, you had to put a little bit extra in. You should take the top off of the PVA board and just pour it inside, shake it about. Very quiet, isn't it? I think it'd be much better with a 46 on a cheap height, with about 20% nitro, tearing the covering off, with a 10-6 drop on it. Oh, really?
You know it. Oil everywhere, fuel soaked, falling through. It wouldn't be actually, it'd be a nice little SC36. It's very beautiful, isn't it? Not as good as a 46. No, nice and light. It's a powerful little unit, that 36. You're looking at the figures on it.
You're
very impressive.
So, what have we got? We've got left to right here. So we've got Matt Dalton, then we've got Riley, then who we've got there? I can't see who that is. I see Sam, we've got Sam Bates there as well, haven't we?
Nick Ash.
Oh, it's Nick Ash. And James Lane's still there on the right there. That's the trouble, we only really recognise people by the backs of their heads.
You always said they should have their names on their backs, just for the commentators, because you can't walk around in front of them and have a look and say, oh, what's your name, mate? They're all called Futaba.
I think now Futaba is probably one of the oldest radios on the market, manufacturer-wise. It's produced by a company called Futaba Industries in Japan, who do industrial systems. This is a kind of not a sideline, but it's a side business of the main company.
So we've got an inverted circuit, where everything works the same, except the rudder on the elevator when you're inverted.
That's right. So as you go past and you've got someone calling now, about this thing go, pull, and they're all going.
Well, the air ones still work the same, the left and the right, and you put a little bit of pressure on the stick. Something like when you sorted the CG out. If you've got the CG right and it's too far forward, you put a lot more pressure on the stick. I don't know, a good way of testing the CG of a model is just pop it inverted and see how hard you're pushing on the elevator to keep the nose level. And if it's a lot, then you can move your CG back and it'll fly a lot nicer.
I can see one of these in my fleet.
Absolutely. Is fleet the right size for the aircraft?
A wing.
We've already got 50 models of which
my wife is not here. Can't say anything. I've got about 2 or 3.
With 2 or 3 airworthy and about 50 almost ready to fly.
What's wrong with that? I think with Dick February, I had a conversation and he told me, I've got a lot of jets, and he said, how many have you got? And I wouldn't answer it.
Yeah. There's always room for another one, I think.
I can. I actually want one of these.
You've got something similar, haven't you? That's
the Pulse. The Pulse.
Oh, look at this.
It's landing, isn't it? It's landing. Impromptu. One didn't get the memo though. No. Right.
Why is all the answers like there, isn't it?
Yeah, well done, lads. Give them a round of applause.
So that's the J. Perkins Futaba display team with the 50th anniversary model. A nice stand over there. Now, look, we see the high-tech banners and the Futaba banners. That is where J. Perkins is. Someone's coming up. Ultra flash.
Yeah, that's quite good. Yeah, that was alright, wasn't it? Quite nice, yeah. They fly so much better in this wind.
This is cool. So we're flying right up to 6 o'clock, that's when the show finishes. Especially finishes at 6.
You see a lot of practicing tonight, so night show tomorrow. Won't stick around.
I've just found my other
Two wagons.
Oh, I didn't go away, do it again.
Got him to win this time. Dad, chuck it a bit harder. Just throw it straight away. Throw it towards Wales. He's done it again. Dad, run. Faster. You going to go now? Oh, okay.
Go on, we'll give him one more go. That's it. Straight away. That's it. Yay! Yes. Give a clap. Well done. Third time lucky. You know, it's Friday the 13th. I probably shouldn't mention that.
So I need to say something about it. So this is from Tom Jets, and it's called you've got one of these.
A squall.
A squall, yes.
Tom Jets, all the way from Austria, Österreich.
And it's a laser cut kit. This is not composite. It's all made out of balsa wood and ply.
Has this got thrust vectoring? My little, I had a foamy squall.
Not sure. This one hasn't, but you can have it from Tom
What sort of thrust vectoring? There's a couple of sort of fins in the back that...
It's a bit like a jet ski pump, but it's got fins inside it to direct the airflow.
It did work. It did a flat spin and all sorts of crazy things.
So this is an EDF, electric ducted fan.
Hairdryer.
With a brushless motor, lithium and polymer cells.
It's got the intake underneath, sort of
chin inlet.
A bit like an F-16, but not.
Similar. Fairly easy to build. The kits are absolutely beautiful. They're almost full together, interlocking process. But
this gentleman's very smart here. He's got trousers and the shirts on. Very smart.
So you're looking around 40,000 RPM, 40,000 from EDF. We don't have the issues that we did when we had ICDF, which were piston engines. Used to rev at about 20,000 RPMs.
There's always an odd number of blades on an EDF, so I'm led to believe.
Well, it's to do with prime numbers, and we knew someone who was a well-known authority on prime numbers actually turned around and said, you want a prime number when you do fan blades. And it's kind of self-counselling. It's less chance of getting resonance, as I understand.
And they've done a lot of progress in the technology where we put quite a few more blades on these things. And they start standing just like a turbine, don't they? The more blades they've got.
Oh God, yeah. And actually Tom Jet produces his own unit with a carbon fibre impeller and shroud. Oh, there we go.
Happy days. It does trump along a bit, doesn't it?
That was kind of a... I don't know if it's got a gyro in it, but that's like the gain was too high. And as Mike said, it does tramp on. Wasn't quite sure what happened there. But he did the right thing and throttled back.
Bit of flutter.
Finn. It's a British company.
John, isn't it?
It's John Burstow. The company actually produces everything you need in modelling. And I'm not just talking about aerobatic.
Nice
Give him a big
thanks, Ben. What I like about this guy, he's a...
I'm not sure, we'll get more details on the pilot. This is going to be quick. It will be quick. It's got a full bypass system in it. What that means is the turbine sits in, basically if you imagine like there's a big snake inside and a bulge in the middle where the turbine sits. That's what it looks like. So the air is bypassing the whole of the airframe and there's some units what the first thing is. You haven't got a lot of details on this, but we're getting it. I know. Andy's at the moment. Andy Ellison is taking down their particulars. Retired in it. And if you look on Facebook at Andy Ellison, there's lots of pictures of the and the cars in it. So you see the Ultra Flash up on the left-hand side. It's a pure performance model, high car. It's been around quite a few years now. The airframe, as we've actually proved, or someone, Mr. Fletcher, who's still here, with the GPS system, had the airframe at over 312 miles an hour. And he said he was lonely in the 300 mile an hour club, because no one else could do it. It's funny, shortly after that, he put a small Turbine in. I think it's scary. It used to be Indian, man. It's a silver fox. We've got Adam Carpenter with the pink mini areas. That mini areas is the yellow one. 45. He's in the middle at the moment, rolling it up. Then we've got Aaron Willett with the car Ultra Flash with a Jetmux 166. I tell you what, he hasn't wound that up now, hasn't wound that up. No, I'm not wound that up. I just think it's cool, just turn the turbine down because it's scary. Slow for that airplane, believe it or not. It is a genuine 300 mile an hour aircraft. Again, there's Aaron Falconwood, Aaron Foster Meadow in the yellow, left to right. With the Aries. So if I wanted to get one of these Ultra Flashes, where would I be going? There's the motors from the motors? Motors and rotors. These are half model. I think it's still there. In fact, if you go on the forums, David sent all the build forums from the Flash, the Ultra Flash, and the Ultra Flash Evo were on that. Right, okay. And it's very informative. The nice thing about David, he goes on RC Universe. Whenever he gets a product in, he does a build thread on it. And it's kind of if you like, you can't go wrong, because you still have to do it that and ask questions to someone else. Just look online, and you get loads of photographs, you can ask questions online. And this is where social media works. Not like just eating a hamburger, I'm going down the shops. Yes. Too much of that. Oh, yeah. So we do have dedicated online groups where you can, if you like, instead of having to come up with solutions yourself, you put your problems on our sites, and there's always an answer for you. Everybody's extremely helpful. It actually makes our community a lot closer because it's not like you have to phone anyone. You just post your issues online, and someone will come back to you. And sometimes when it's someone you know, you get a lot of abuse with it as well. So just a reminder, we've got about half an hour of the show left. There's only some extra flying only, just after 6 o'clock. Choose the flight line direction, actually authorises it. So don't take off until you've got the thumbs up. I do like Adam's little quill, that's actually a nice little jet. It looks a little bit like a wooded performance. I saw him waving wings there, so that was that will signify the end of their display.
We've got a card on something getting rid of that.
And was a good the butcher's on it. So, I think Adam's before he's getting to, I think Adam's coming in doing the gear pass. Yeah, the gear's down. So what we do here is so little wind.
They're going to land uphill, I guess. The many areas it's coming in first. You see, it's quite a small model. It comes in quite quickly.
It's very handleable. Is that going to stick?
Yes.
You've done it nicely.
Lovely.
Right in the line.
And Aaron.
Look at that. It's such a sleek model. We like that. You more likely to do that. I like the second one. I like the second one. Now, there's a little touch and go. Box it on the ground.
Well done.
Very much. That was good. Now, we've got a couple of... Pardon on something.
You got all the gear.
Yeah,
it's they're up.
We've got Paul and Luke next off, father and son. Come on, Dad, get this going. Put a bit more effort into it. We're waiting.
Yeah, here all we can. Put the QDs, the live stream, the lot.
So right up until...
yeah, I went for like sportsmen, but nothing for...
Kind of the answer to the Spitfire's performance by the Germans. The Fokker came up with the 190, a radial engine opposed to the V12 that was in the Spitfire. That's correct, and it was...
They started giving Spitfires a real problem.
It's a little bit complicated, yeah.
Gave a call to Rolls-Royce and said, look, we need more power. So Rolls-Royce came up with a two-stage supercharger, forcing the motor up to 1650 horsepower. So we'll take it off. The galley legs of the Fokker wall, tucking away nicely. They actually nicknamed the 1.9 Spitfire the Wolf Hunter.
Sorry, was that
right? Cheers, Dino. You're an expert. There's your dad doing it. We've got Dick Watson, doing all this. Dick, following up. What's the that for? What's that for?
So Luke coming in, alright.
There's only reproductions or repros flying full size. There's no originals. Right, he's happy. Got that running nicely. In that car, doing that stand by his son Luke.
Luke flying the Lightning earlier, English Electric Lightning. They really have got a nice arsenal of aircraft.
Happy, didn't like the crossing. No, didn't.
Undercarriage, you get ground looping problems with it. It's not easy. also an unusual sight now. Two FW190s together, very rare. These are quite big aeroplanes. 250cc, 5-cylinder, four-stroke, air-cooled. These are open rockers as well. I mean, there's no rocket cover, so you can actually see the valves going up and down, letting them fill in, and the exhaust gases out, the burnt gases out. Very smooth engines.
I've got a lot of keychains for sale here, if you're interested. They're like little radio controllers or some Minecraft stuff and that. They look really good. If you're interested, go over to the pilot's commentary area and we'll point you in the direction. They're only 250. Oh yeah, we can see it here, right over the back of the little trees on the right. There's a couple of deer over there. I've come to watch the FWs, I like the sound of them. How did you get into this hobby? I think I went to Sandown Model Show, so I went to WWII Smith's, always been interested in radio control, and looked at it, and it said there's a show, and I thought, oh, Sandown's not far away, I'll go. And that was the beginning of the end, really, and my life changed at that point. I bought myself a Leapfrog Frantic or Moronic or something. The Targa 447, which was sort of the best friend with the bottom line is up, and that was a lot expensive from the first. And then I went to field and crashed it. Then I went and joined a club, built a fair club. Joined a club and built a fair club, something like that. And put an OS48, I was posh, I put a 4-stroke in it.
I've always said this hobby is great for unwanted cash.
Yeah, and then I learned to fly Doppler. Built my good friend 180, who's about 92 now, and still going down there, still flying, still running around the world. He's got a fun fly, big relentless stick, superb fly, really nice. We built it to fly. It's a great hobby. I never met you, John, it wasn't a hobby.
Yeah, that's right, yes, we did, yes. That's
So, I reckon Luke's got his undercarriage down because he was up first. So, the law says you must land first. You must have landed larger. I thought it... So, we have two rings. Equal, yeah, or three. Was it totally retractable? No. We did have green lights in Germany, actually.
Well, this is better. I'll tell you what. It's going to be a great. That is great. Look at that. We like that. Well done, Luke. Brilliant.
And Paul wasn't watching his own model fly around. He turned around to watch his son's landing.
Just to point out that you can do what you want in the air, but everybody judges you on your landing.
Absolutely.
It was a great landing. Not on grass as well. Not easy.
Right. No pressure then, Dad. It's your turn soon. And we're all watching.
So all we're doing is seeing who lands this aircraft the best. No pressure. You're not going to land it from where?
He's extended the undercarriage. That would be a short landing, wouldn't it? He's still climbing. He wants to spread up a height, too. And Luke's trying to put him off.
Make a name for yourself there, Paul.
Good Luke. Scrubbing off the steam, so he's losing the height by backing off the throttle. The throttle controls your height.
Oh, he's nicely lined up. Wings parallel. Oh.
Good, oh yeah.
That was good.
I think we'll call that a tie, shall we?
Yeah, we'll call that a tie. Just to keep things in. We don't want any arguments, family arguments. That was good.
Okay, so we're going to go
radio silent for 10 minutes. We're just going to do a reboot on the Jenny and we'll follow in it. So we're going to read up to 10.
early jets, carrier-based aircraft, cruising. The predecessor of the Panther, which had a straight wing, this is aircraft that had swept wings, higher performance. So we've got, so the two still flying is Oliver Alcott. This is a Skymaster cruiser. And we've got Alan Johnson with his Jetcat 160 with an airwell fitting. And these are slightly different sizes, but you can tell. One comes already painted, and the other one's a tip. You buy all the mouldings and you have to test it, glue all the formers on.
Make through the cockpit and everything, the other one comes ready painted. So as you can see, I would say the bottom of the two aircraft is the aerial bit, slightly larger. These were carrier-based aircraft, not overly powered. Just a shout out, in the meantime, if you would like to just pick up any messages that I have you'll be only we have done before. Body's foreign object damage, and plus you've got to think about the wildlife as well. So it looks like we're having a formation landing here, landing lights on. Look at this. Oh, that's good.
Absolutely superb. So up next we've got Alan Falconbridge with his 5th scale BBM Jet Legends F-16. This has been resprayed. Phil Knowles did it in the tiger colours. Got plenty of puff with a Kingtech K320 turbine. These will fly all right on a 220, so this thing's got some serious power. So with these aircraft, they do tend to stay around for quite a long time. They're fully serviceable, so they might change colour a few times and change hands a few times. This is Tim Jackson with his Rafale. You can see this here. This is actually French carrier-based aircraft, or land-based as well. It was there, they split off from the Eurofighter project and came out with the Rafale, canard design. That's got plenty of power. I don't think we'll be using all of it. Twin-engine aircraft. In this case, although you can't see it, there's a single tube going up the middle of the two outlets at the back. He's only running one turbine. F-16 coming on the left in tiger colours. This has been beautifully painted. Phil Knowles has
So Discus, a French company, decided to pull away from the Eurofighter project
because they wanted different requirement, because they have carrier-based aircraft. They don't use vertical takeoff, they have catapult systems. I do like an F-16, it's a beautiful aircraft. If you ever get the chance to go to somewhere like React, which is the biggest military air display in the world, in the West Country, well, not the West Country, it's kind of Swindon area. Assist with maneuverability. It does do a mirror as well, which is just a delta. And this design came out after all landings. It's more ergonomic than the stealthy than the Eurofighter. Like I said, the F-16 been around forever. 52-year-old design, still being made today. So Tim Jenkinson is a wedding singer. Or Tim Jackson, sorry. He's a singer. He might give us a tune today. So you can see the Rafale has got its lights on, little LEDs. As you can see, the visibility is getting poorer. Let's make the aircraft stand out. Now we have 16 before the undercarriage, full scan undercarriage. Not easy undercarriage, this is very narrow. So you can be very careful with it. Those ventral fins, get the gears up and dig in. So what we're going to do is speed off the airspeed of the fire. If you look at the range of the fire, it's going to drop the aircraft, so it's turning the aircraft on the hanging bar, slowing the aircraft down, then what he goes into positive attitude. Flare. Wasn't that perfect? That was absolutely perfect. Well done, give him a clap. We like that. That's good. What a beautiful... You had a chance to look at the spray job on that. It's absolutely superb.
That's sort of the earwax out. Note to self, don't walk in front of the speaker with your microphone. He did. He's got bright light on that. Is that a uni light? Nice.
Very light.
So, yes. Update. We've got 3 more slots, I understand, before we're squeezing in, trying to get them in 4-6, which we won't manage. So we've got a little bit of a gap, not long. I've been asked, this isn't a request, this is an order, clear all your rubbish up, everyone air sold everywhere. This is a country park. As we said earlier, there's deer wandering around, and they don't want to eat your empty water bottle or anything like that. Well, they probably do, you don't want to let them though. He's coming in, that's nice. John, what's that? Raphael?
Raphael. I got corrected by Paul Gray, because I used to call it Raphael, and it's not, it's Raffle. Raphael.
Raffle?
Raffle. It's Raphael.
I didn't know there was a raffle here. And then, so, clear your litter up, and if you see something, even if it's not yours, just put it in the bin. We need it cleared up.
There are bins everywhere for you.
Stuff's getting blown around a little bit and that. Just 100% clear everything away. There's animals around.
Well done, Tim.
What else? We have got a night show, semi-night show, no commentary on it, you'll be pleased to hear. But at 9 o'clock, around about 9 o'clock, we're going to be, it's just a sort of a prequel to the big show tomorrow night. Right, Nigel? So, and this night show's from 9 to 9:30. It's a new film that's just come out.
So up now we've got the PC-21s. The pilot is Tim Kosman, and I think it's Laris Berger from Germany. And he's
Lars, that is Lars Berger. And moving to that's the club, is it? Nick Cohen? Erstadt in Germany, Lars Berger.
Company power box. The planes are Phoenix Pilatus, a PC-21.
That's 2 meters long. There's all metric system, there's nothing in Phoenix in Germany. And that's the motor is a D-Power AL63 running on 10 cells. What is it expiring? It's not. 5,000 cells tells you how much power you're going to get. What else have we got? What servos, John?
They're KST servos, they're Clubman 3510s. Like Martin said, they're from Cologne in Germany. So it's kind of Cologne, as we call it. It's kind of not just over the border of Holland or Belgium, but it's not far. What's the design?
So as John's partner said, we call it Cologne, and in Germany it's called Cologne. And one of our German friends called me up from his daughter's home and said he wants to know how British people pronounce the town of Cologne. So I said, the German ticket Cologne, which they love because it's not how they say it at all, but it's just the different pronunciations. That's another good one. What's the correct pronunciation? No, you mean pronunciation. We have got a model hung up in the trees, which we're going to recover after the show. That was the unfortunate jet that had to fly. Okay, good. How many more slots? How many more fantastic slots have we got? So these are 10 cell, 5,000 milliamp hours. So they're only 10 cell, I assume that's 10S, which means it's running like 30 odd volts, 37 to 40 volts. Unless it's 5S2P, don't know, which gives them longer duration. Got some interesting art on the side of the Mustang. The scale. God dear. I haven't seen a lot of women that are built to that scale. Opposition flying there. They've done this practice before. It looked close, but it wasn't. It's all very safe. Just popping over the top of that tree. Dusting the bottom of the wing. Lars Berger and Tim Kosman, I think, if I get my pronunciation correct. flying the PC-21. So the full size was a bit of turboprop, and these are electric versions of it. Turboprop where you get a turbo under the turbine. You can see the two exhaust stacks shown off nicely by the knife edge there. So the turbine would actually be pointing kind of the wrong way if you think about it. So the exhaust gases from the turbine will be pushing forward, which will spin the propeller, and then they bring the waste gas out for a 180-degree turn, as well as the two little pipes you see at the front. And the plane has to have a longer nose because of the length of the turbine unit, which is why you get the stranger and longer nose, similar to the aircraft that flew a lot earlier. 2 meters long, 1.77 meter wingspan. And we'll fly nice and slow. So we're on finals now. Very nice touchdown. Thank you very much, Tim and Lars. Sitting here watching the lovely models fly. She's having a good time, this is what it's all about. Carp always sponsor this event, always come along. So this is swaying to music, so I'm going to be quiet in a minute. I'm going to try and find out who your pilots are. And then I'm going to go and wander up now actually. Give me a second. Lars and Max flying, or calf, and it is routine flown to music. The Team Rebel lines. So we're going to give Matty the thumbs up to start the routine. There we go. And I think that's my cue to be quiet. WWII. So you put your hands together, Max and Lars, all the way from Germany. What a very, very impressive display. I think it's probably the thickest smoke I've ever seen. Andreas is out there with the boys. Right, we have one more slot for you. What a slot. Scale warbirds. I can see Corsair, I can see Spitfire, and I can see Zero.
You alright?
Some Japanese. And Steve won't be happy if he's got to come down and clear it up, I promise. At the end of the slot, someone's brought it back over and it's on the commentary table. So if it was yours, your lovely EDF Marlin from J Perkins, then please come and collect it. Corsair. So the gull wing Corsair, the inverted gull wing, which is very high on the left, going to drop through show line now. And the hell diver is just going out. This is interesting stuff. this is your final slot today, the opening day of the 3-day show at Weston Park.
That's the dawn bits up there, isn't it?
It did, and that's on the top of the wing, it looks like that. It is, yeah, exactly.
There goes that seafly.
Ah, this is the one we had earlier, is it?
That's correct.
The Mark 459.
Stuart.
Something. What are you saying, Jim? It's just an observation.
So the C5 that we're looking at is based around actually a Mark 5.
So this has got an arrestor hook underneath, which if we ask him very kindly, he will deploy in flight for us. So you can see it hanging down.
And of course we've got the pulsar.
I've just been corrected again. We've got the wrong aircraft again. The Spitfire is actually a Mike Booth Mark 9 by the looks of it.
Yeah, that's a Mark 9. But it's the same markings as the other one.
Oh, it's painted in camouflage, yeah.
It's the roundels with just the white innards on it. And I've just been...
Camouflage and roundels, they're all the same, basically,
I can only say thanks to Greg for correcting us.
Yeah. Thanks, Greg. Looking backwards at the screen, make sure what your job is. Because you're going to be around towards the boat, and he's got a gun. He's got a gun, and he's got to be very careful not to shoot the tail off and so he's attacking from behind. Because it's a long thing to go a turbine together. So look, very little rubber control there. You've not shot the tail off again, have you, you idiot? There's a couple of Spaniards coming past. Carlos and Martin.
Well, it looks like some sort of bomber anyway, Japanese bomber.
The nose of the fuselage sticks forward, so you can actually hold on to that when the propellers are running. Ah, it's a 345 Japanese bomber. So I've looked it up. The KI-45 Toyu or Dragon Slayer. What a great
Or if you're a bike fan, it's a quacker.
All green. So it's a two-seater fighter. Oh, the Allied called it Nick.
Nick?
I don't know why he called it Nick, but they called it Nick.
Nick the Greek.
Perhaps they didn't like Dragon Slayer.
Hello, here comes another Nick. So the Corsair on fire, looking nice and good.
Mark, whatever known Spitfire, is on fire, walk hunter.
Narrow undercarriage.
Great aeroplane, a pig on the ground.
The wheels look a bit big and the sides balancing a bit. The next one coming down is... What is this one doing? What is this doing? This is solid, Helldiver. So two big and literally what they do is, at altitude, aim the aircraft at a ship, dive at it, and just before they pull up, ooh, that was unfortunate, we run out of speed in the air. The land is about 2 foot off the ground, I think. Yeah, because we didn't have laser guided bombs, we used to dive at the target, and then just before they pulled out, they'd release the bomb,
which would have the inertia of the aircraft in the dive and then pull up and fly away. The speed brakes would try and slow it down a bit in the dive.
What he needs to do is pop over to Deluxe Models, buy a load of glue, and you'll have that in the air again tomorrow.
He will as well. And there's something for everyone at Deluxe Models.
Oh, that's beautiful. The Dragon Slayer.
The Nick.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, that is the official close of the show. We're going to have a little pause.
If you need to talk to us, we'll be at the bar.
Now, please clear all of your rubbish away, pilots. Even if it's not yours, just pick it up and chuck it in a bin.
There are bins everywhere.
I'm just going to do mine now. Someone's left me a lollipop stick. That's naughty.
All the rubbish that you can pick up, please throw it in the bin.
We'll clear our stuff away and we'll leave you in peace until tomorrow morning. Thank you everyone that's come to the show supporting Weston Park 2025.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Here, bouncing around here. The right went